Shows open. I talked to her yesterday afternoon. We saw her through the kitchen door. That's it. Since we've been here, we got it Thursday. So yeah. I just called Yeah. She's sick.
She's sick too.
She just yeah. Chewy might. Is that chewy? Yeah. Chewy carries with it. He might be here. He's sick. So he's recovering. And you met both kids, right? 3
Years
kids.
ago.
Remember that day?
Yeah, they weren't too big.
We were in Buttermilk Falls at one of Mom and Paul's parties.
Okay.
And they were on a blanket crossing. That's less than most.
The last time I saw them was at Paul Sugar.
Were they there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the last time I saw them.
They were all.
I'm gonna stand on because Shirley has. So
Okay.
you're dressed, right?
Okay.
All right. Hi, I'm Shirley's brother.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I'm Ed.
you're Sharon. Sharon.
Hi, Jerry.
We're both Shirley's brothers.
Yeah,
we're both.
I'm the younger one, he's the older one.
Oh, yeah.
He's much younger.
We're library friends. We're right at the library.
Oh, wow, that's great. Yeah, that's.
I'm Ed, she's the brother.
Shame.
Tragedy.
Hi, Jerry. I'm sure Liz brought him. Yeah, I guess Shirley's got COVID or something, so she can't see
Yeah, we stayed there at Cornell's hotel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Gary and her kids are all supposed to stay there. Well, we did go by there this morning. Ed brought her some flowers and some breakfast, and we just put it on her steps. And then we went back to the car. She kind of put her head out the door. But she was, you could tell she was yeah, there, and that's still, yeah, a couple of days ago, it's still. So that's what they're worried about. We're getting COVID and already being down, so, yeah.
So I set the camera here, so I'm gonna put this on.
Hi, Sue. I'm Ed. Nice to see you. I'm the younger brother. Troublemaker. Yeah. Good.
Get in the doorway.
Door.
Yeah. Yeah, so.
Oh, that's cute. We also have.
Do they hear us too?
I don't know. Hi. My guess is maybe, but I don't know.
Like that, 'cause it's
So she can hear you, you can't hear her. It's just one direction. So you can say a little word.
Okay. Love you.
Yeah. Yeah.
It says, Shirley is watching
Yeah,
you,
sorry.
but say hello.
Checking in to see if they heard.
Yeah.
I miss you, Shirley.
Yeah.
So you're the first person who don't need to go.
You weren't coming.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just wanted to. We were being redirected.
That's okay. So David said, Lucia and I won't be able to come to the memorial because we have plans to do. We're going to be in Europe on vacation. So you have my permission to print out this email, give a copy to Shirley, give a copy to Wallace. David ended up dying about 2 hours after he sent that email. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I got a text from his wife the next day saying that he passed away the night before from a fall. He had fallen.
Oh my word.
Well, ever since his stroke, he was a little unsteady on his feet. And age wasn't helping either. He's just turned 78. I just had lunch with him like in January. Well, anyway, so I have an assignment. And there were a couple other attorneys that he said nice things about me in email. And I said, well, if they're here, I'm going to give them a copy too. So I gave, since Shirley's not coming, that's
Her sister-in-law.
sister-in-law. So I gave Shirley's copy to her. Huh?
She'll probably take it to
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you can ask her.
I'll ask her for it.
And if Lucia shows up, I got her. I know Lucia, and I know Rick Wallace. I don't know if Michael Lane will come or not. I have him. And Mary at Geldenhuis. She's the only one I'm not sure I'm going to recognize.
I know who she is.
Oh, you know who she
Yeah.
is? Okay.
Yeah.
So if you see her and I don't
I'll let you know. I'll flag you
Lady
down.
in the purple.
She's tall and thin and has a short, dark salt and pepper haircut.
I have met her, but it was a long time ago, so I'm not sure if I'd still recognize
Actually, I
her.
don't know if her hair is still short. It was short last time I saw her.
Oh,
That was
okay.
years ago.
Now, Cindy in the office, one time she had a whole bunch of little kittens running around in the office.
cute.
So, that's my mission today,
Okay.
is to get those distributed.
I actually think I see it on the table over there, so I'm going to go grab it. Thank you.
But I'm glad she would be here.
Don't go ahead, I was just talking about it, so
Yeah.
I told her I could get it as well.
Okay. Good to see you, Jerry. He's
Yeah.
Not consistent. She was my sister.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Won't sit in line.
And Jerry, Shirley's brother.
Yeah.
I'm Jerry.
She's great for all
I'm Shirley's older brother. Shirley's older, okay. Yeah. Yeah, Ed's younger.
I'll bet.
Shirley's 7 years younger than I am. Ed's 14. Yeah.
I sang with Shirley in most of Motown.
Oh, did you? Okay. Yeah, we went and saw a couple of those.
Yeah. Always enjoyed singing with her. We got to do duets together and stuff.
He's a new one. I sang with Jan and I wrote on Shirley for 10 years. But I kind of skipped out for work purposes. Shirley got me back the year before last. We did a session or a season, and then I just went back to my own ways, painting stuff. I was a painter, and but we sang for our first spell. Are you still in?
In a couple of years, I've been very busy with my parents. Of course, I have some friends that are living there. So back and forth, and running them up to Rochester.
She's alive. Okay. Good to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Shirley is watching us. Oh my God, hi. Well, I'm sorry to hear about Chuck, and I really do miss seeing you and singing with you, and it took me a while to get out in here because, well, I thought the world of Chuck too. He's such a good guy and one of a kind for sure, great character, and I'll go say hi to some other people.
Oh, a camera there. Oh, all right.
That is awesome.
Yeah, you'll see online.
Shirley, it's Phyllis Megan. This is a tragedy that shouldn't have happened, and I'm sad for you. I will write you a little note. I'm sorry that you're not feeling well. Hope to see you today and meeting your family anyhow, and that's good. Chuck has talked about you all so much. I'll write to you, Shirley. Take care.
Guttman. Nice to meet you. Known her for years.
Do you remember him talking about it?
Yeah.
So, he was married to Jack's daughter, and they had Jack. So that he is still in the mix.
You sure is. No, I get to see him like every day. So. Well, throughout the week. Yeah, he drops Jackson off for us and get on every morning. Yeah, and we still have to do and yeah, Melissa has a new boyfriend who is, I like him a lot. He does stuff at the house, at her house. I'm thinking of Max because Max is the one that Jackson really looks up to. He wrestles now, and he's a runner with the school. That's so sad. I like the way you do that. No. So going out and watching and running.
Well, his boss, yeah, his boss is
No, I know that. Yeah.
And we don't know how long they're going to working in Virginia and not being in the office. So that's another. Yeah.
He always likes to use the short.
I am not who you think I am. I am Harry's friend. Harry and Shirley are
Yeah, I was, sure you tried Of course, and then you don't show me.
Yeah. These are Harry's children.
His son is actually yeah.
Well, that's a good point.
Well, he should have worn back glasses.
In fact, he mentions that in there, and he says,
Did it go in one ear and out the other? Right, I mean, I knew that, but I didn't have conversation. It's like God somewhere, or my husband was somewhere, God your late husband loves them,
Granddaughter, okay. I know. I've already left her a message. Yeah. So that camera is really taking a picture, is that not?
It's a live stream, yeah.
It is.
They're watching it at home right now.
Your grandpa was a wonderful, wonderful, all his clients. Over the years.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, he did. He looked very sound. Well, keep it. You take care of yourself now. I will.
Hi, Shirley. It's Paolo and Heather here. We just wanted to let you know we're thinking about you today, and so sorry for your loss. We recall with happiness and fondness our dinner with you and with Chuck at Gola. And we remember walking away from that evening just being so grateful for a wonderful time with both of you. So Heather and I look forward to catching up with you in person eventually when the time is right. But in the meantime, please rest assured you've been in our hearts, you've been in our thoughts, you've been in our prayers, and continue to be that way. Again, so sorry for your loss. It's a loss for a whole community, but we hope you're feeling the love of the community at the same time. So take care of yourself, Shirley. Thanks so much.
I was saying to your brother how many people can say that they love their lawyer, and we truly loved our lawyer, and just wanted to let you know that now our love goes with you.
Hi, Shirley. I know you're here in spirit, and thinking of you, sending lots of healing angels. We're folding you in love and care. Take good care of yourself. Hi, Carrie. Thank you so much for being there for your mom. Love you. Bye.
I was telling her missing the context of the conversation. We know where it came from. We know where it came from. Yeah, it's a good thing you can't hear. I know. They're both in school. But that's a great song. It's nice to meet you. Hey Shirley, I just wanted to say I'm so sorry for your loss and that you couldn't be here today, but it's a very beautiful visiting so far, and I hope that you're doing well. It's been a tough year. Where are you from? Virginia. Virginia.
Same as your sister.
And I think he I saw the video. You've probably seen the video. Yeah. It's on like 30 minutes. And I was amazed. I had to stop. No irony.
She's right here. I wanted to say something. I'm just directing everyone to the camera. I miss you, Shirley. Yes, you're welcome.
Shirley, hi. You don't know me. I came actually because I was hoping I was going to see you. But I wanted to tell you that while we were just clients of Chuck, he was so much more than a lawyer to us. He helped my daughter so much with her parenting issues and helped us try to figure out some stuff that was going on in our family. And he had so much advice. And his advice, he always said, came from you. He is always saying, my wife used to say, or my wife says, or my wife does this. You know, she's a social worker and she knows all about these things. And he just quoted you all the time. And he loved you so much. He was so excited about going on vacation with you. He also told us you had hoped to go to Moab. And I told him I'd bring back pictures, which I did. Because I didn't know this happened.
because we were in Moab. So I just wanted you to know that how much he loved you, how much he quoted you, and how much you meant to him. I mean, so much of him was you. And I just think he wanted you to know that. So I'm a Buddhist, so I'm not Christian. I just have to bow to you for everything you gave him. So thank you, and I just let you know that we really, really appreciated him. I don't know any of these things. Well, I only knew Chuck as my lawyer, but for many years, and also because he took care of our family in many ways, other than just fall, right? Yeah, it's so much nice. It was so wonderful. I just wanted to come and tell somebody that, which I think I just did.
Yes, you did. They can hear everything.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, he was such a wonderful guy. Everybody was so shocked. I'm sure you guys were too. Yeah. I just wanted to say
Right. Yeah. You always got it. You said hi, right? Yeah. That's pretty good.
Well,
It's right there.
Can she speak back to us?
No.
Okay. Hello, Shirley. It's Mickey Herd McGivern and
Jim Pewter.
And our heart goes out to you and all of your family. As you know, we both worked with Chuck for many years through hospice, and he was our lawyer, and he holds a special place in our heart. And as to you, I know you graduated a year or two ahead of me in Trumansburg, so we have a long history, and I just can't imagine how devastating this is for all of you. And you've been in our prayers since we heard, and I can't imagine what you're going through. And I just hope all the memories that you have help you through this.
And I think of Chuck, and I guess what comes to mind most is how much Chuck enjoyed telling a good story. And he would get so enthusiastic, and this, and then this happened, and that, and then it would always end with something that was hilarious. And just all those memories. And then just his being a person who was about fairness. I'm laughing because when I got divorced Mickey wasn't always so thrilled later on to see how fair Chuck was in having me divide up absolutely equally all the assets I had in the world, as was right to do. And but that's the way Chuck was, and then, you know, a year ago or something, I had to call him just as a friend / get a legal consultancy about something about my daughter, and he was so kind and so helpful. And I wish he was here so I could tell him how well that all wound up turning out for my daughter. So, yeah, a very special person, and the pictures, the lovely pictures on the screen capture them real well. So, blessings to you and your family as you are on this journey of grief.
I just want to say, once you knew Chuck, then you were his and he was yours. It was never ending. Like Jim said, he called and Chuck jumped right in. And Chuck also handled a very, very difficult divorce for me, and was always had my interests and helped me through really some awful times, and I'm just so appreciative. So my blessings, and I'm sure you shared a wonderful life together. God bless you all, and love and peace. Take care.
Oh, hi. Nice to meet you. Sure.
Yeah, so they're, my mom and her both said, saying like, they're watching.
Hi, I'm
Yeah, I was Hospice Chapel, so I knew both Chuck family was all the way up. But also, most recently, I saw the celebration kind of an anniversary of 518, when the 12 step and it's such a bad particular. There are so many cities that
Shirley's actually on camera there. You can see everything that's going on, so I just want to say hi to the camera.
Hey, Shirley. We see you in the neighborhood.
Hello, Shirley. My name is Hormoz Mausagi. Chuck was our attorney for some real estate transactions that we did over the years, and he also was our counselor for our older son when he went through a divorce process, and just a wonderful person. We really miss him. And very compassionate, right? A lot of empathy, professionalism. So our sincere condolences to you.
Hi, Shirley.
She can't speak back, but
I know,
yeah.
I know. Hope you're doing okay. I had a great relationship with Chuck. Never forget it. Okay, say goodbye.
Yeah, it was. So I don't know who I don't know.
Shirley, Bill Gray. Sorry you're not here, and sorry that we're having this event. I'll speak with you later. I'm Bill Gray. I work with sorry, Shirley's not He's a great person to work with.
Long time no see.
How are you?
Good. Got it. You guys know too. You guys once the other one, I need you to do something else. You guys like planning later to do kind of like figuring out to get there, but just rather sure, it's real exciting stuff. You know what you want to do with it? That's crazy. How does it feel? Very excited to be like a whole movie, so you feel dope. As opposed to standing here and the receiving all
Oh my God, you're grown up looking. Wow.
Why did I buy it then?
No, they're me, I think.
I didn't buy it for no reason.
Not kidding.
I don't know why you bought it for no reason.
Oh, we feel so sad. I'm so sad about not seeing your mom.
Yeah.
I'm so sad about not seeing Shirley.
They're watching on that, and they can hear.
Shirley, we're missing you. Are you graduating?
Yeah.
You're going to go back to Seattle?
I think they're at least this summer. Go back.
And where are you guys headed next year?
Oh my gosh, I okay. Not at all. Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody made you guys bigger.
Yeah.
Same here. Sorry. So what are you going to do with your life? You're done.
In May, yeah.
What you going to do?
Hopefully go back to Seattle. I'd like to travel for a little bit.
As you should. You're going to go travel? So you're going to check each other's stuff before you go for it?
Yeah, I know.
Hi, Tro. I don't know if there's sound on this, but
You can hear, yeah.
is there sound?
We
You
are
know, we're
so
thinking of
sad not to see you. This is doubly hard. And Carrie, we wanted to see Carrie.
You received anybody yet? Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, so it wasn't an option. I thought Pop would actually appreciate that. Appreciate Bought these at the store also. Seeing Mom like that they have a little smart stuff. I tried, I still couldn't rip it with my teeth. All the dudes here, 5 to 3 of them there. Are we even doing it in Hebrew? Or is it something about you finding in English?
Shaking a lot of
Okay. something that makes it sound more understandable to people.
No, it should be understandable. The interesting thing about
No mention of that's not a prayer of sadness. I think early was before the other people.
Early was 11.
Yeah, early. Well, 11 was on time. Early would have been. We're in writing.
My friend used to work with him. Yeah, I love it. There's this one like Netflix documentary about like murder.
Like kidnapped.
Across the street, there was like a stabbing. And I was in
He didn't stab him.
He did the stabbing and got stabbed. It was actually working. There's a lot of exciting stuff. There's a whole documentary of like random crimes that happen in towns outside of Ithaca. Because they have nothing better to do. They might as well do some really creepy things. It's like that makes things exciting about here.
Lansing and
What do you mean? That was the only phone.
No,
for
it
the
was
three
the local phone book.
Oh, only with that phone.
The local direct phone book.
Oh, the phone book was. I thought you were saying the phone itself only was Lansing and
When the phone booth, there was a phone.
Yeah.
It was a phone book, so you had to look up a number.
Yeah.
The phone book was Lansing and series goes by.
In all the new fields. Oh, okay. Submerged you. I'm talking about a phone book.
So I had to go find a map because I had no. I don't think before you think.
Just wondering for an album, this was the thing? No, the phone book.
So what's the
still existing?
I never went to
all places you don't really need to go to.
You are.
I think I played Enfield in elementary school sports.
Oh, Shirley's not here? Oh, gosh. Carrie, Hi, Shirley.
So, what's the Star Wars one?
And I saw a Star Wars one. Yeah, I actually worked at his office when I was like 15, and I remember going to your office every day for 2 hours. Every single day, actually. Yeah, I started talking about that like 2 weeks ago. No, I think it kind of depends on my score. And, that's your call. I thought it was. That was it. That's definitely biology too. Oh wow.
So sorry for your loss. So I can say something? Yeah. Hi, Shirley. Thinking about you and Carrie.
don't know if you recognize me, but I'm Dave. And you don't look quite the way I remembered you. You weren't quite so black with a red light. Anyway, I'm sorry to hear that you're sick. And I certainly feel bad about Chuck. When you start to recover a bit, give me a text or a call. I almost hear you, Shirley. Not quite. There are a lot of people here.
She can't talk anymore.
Hi, Shirley. Do I just look at
Yeah, they can hear you.
Hi, dear Shirley. Fran is just saying that she loves you and miss you, Shirley. Think of you every day.
Hello, Shirley. Erin McKinley sending you a big virtual hug. So sorry. Sending you lots of love.
Shirley's watching and saying because the camera can't really respond. I was just talking to her.
Not so much
Shirley, Mike Costello here. Sorry you couldn't make it, and so sorry for your loss. It's terrible for all of us, you know, for the legal community, but more because Chuck was such a great guy, and we're going to miss him so much. So I want you to take care and get better.
Hello, Shirley. It's Dave Tregaskis, and Chris Irving is beside me.
Hi, Shirley.
Sometime we'll get to visit on a telephone, or I'll stop by at the house and call ahead. And thank you for all the memories that you're sharing of Chuck. And I'm available to help, and so is Christine, in any way possible. Thank you.
Is that today? Oh yeah, in the courthouse. Yeah. It happens pretty quickly too. So I missed it. So you were working with Chuck? Yeah, I worked with you should say that should I retired in 2010. Yeah. Maybe do you have a
talking to a random person. This might be possible. How girls walk up and
Okay.
But we get the roof up off you.
Okay.
I'm alive.
Wait a minute.
Oh. I was actually wondering. Very soft.
Sorry.
Hi, Shirley. It's Wendy. I am so sorry. And I'm so sorry for you now that you have COVID. Everyone loves you and just devastated. You know, Chuck, he was a changed person after he met you. I'll never forget when we first met, he said, all right, you're really going to love Shirley. She's a hick like you. She's from, upstate New York. And for the first time, it had been a long time since I'd seen him smile like that. He was a changed person after he met you. And then, it was so obvious how devoted you were to each other. I'm just so sorry. And this huge turnout just says everything about how much you both mean to this community. So anyway, there's a kiss and a hug, and I hope it's the most mild case of COVID. I'm so sorry of all the times for this to happen. I'm so sorry. And I hope your daughter's doing better too. Brittany's had COVID 3 times and the flu on top of it, and it's awful. But just glad you're a nurse, so hopefully you can shorten the run of it. But anyway, we're thinking of you and love you.
About late Monday.
It's actually kind of a nice place to retire with.
Mike. Good. Tom. Take care. Have a good day. Is Shirley turning the camera?
Shirley.
Sorry about your loss. She can see you.
Call me.
All right. You can't tell.
Yeah. You just.
Yeah. Hi, sure. Oh, Shirley.
So everybody's well. So the Woods had a hard year this last year. So the bill is short. He died. Bill was the oldest. He died 4 months before George. Anyway. Oh, did you?
Yeah, I have sure for it. Travis Walco, I had to ask this. Is it Ariel?
Yeah. She lives at.
Oh, okay.
And I've heard it pronounced both ways.
I'll tell her. What's your name? Mary Alfred. I'll tell her that you should idolize her. I know if you want to, you guys can see Sure. We'll get the ferry over. Take a walk. Yeah, I'll tell her when I get back. We're going back tomorrow. Not for very long right now.
Hi, Shirley. We are going to put forth our best collective effort. Thanks for everything.
Yeah.
can see me. So you're in my prayers. I love you. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Kind of fun. It was like, yeah, there was about like one pretty decent friends. I don't know to his house, like you
Hi, Shirley and Carrie and Chewy. This is Goody. I'm so very sorry for everything, for this, and also what you guys have come to. I love you, and I hope you're not suffering too much, and I hope you get over it soon, and all the best in your grieving process.
Shirley is watching you. Yeah. Say hi. Where? Just right in here. Hi, Shirley. Thinking of you.
Hey, Shirley. Thinking of you. Condolences. Sorry you're not feeling well. We'll miss you here. Take care and get well.
I studied abroad. I've been
watching? Hi, Shirley. It's Sully and my wife Donna here.
Hi, Shirley. I hear you're not feeling well. I hope you get better soon. I would have loved to have hugged you and seen you today. Take care. If you ever need anything, call Don and Sully. We're here for you.
And Shirley, I was thinking about that time 45 years ago when I went to court, and you and Chuck picked me up in Richford. And I'm sure I don't need to explain the rest to you. It was quite a funny story.
The good old days.
The good old days. And I was glad because Chuck always kept me out of jail.
Yeah, we got a lot of lawyers and outlaws here today. Take care.
Chuck's family. Right?
Yeah. I'm Don.
Are you guys in that
I said they were all like
Hi, I'm Joshua.
She remembers you. Oh, good. I don't think I ever met you.
You did.
Okay, okay.
You did.
Okay, because Dan and I were talking, and he said, I don't remember that.
You know, what I remember is I met you when
Okay.
and then I also met you at the house in
Okay, I was wondering if maybe we did with this one. Okay. And our son was just like 3 years old. Hold on. So at least 37 years old. And then wondering, I just have so these are the other grandchildren. Parents, kids, Riley and Daniel and Jacob.
I'm Joshua, so I'm Chuck's cousin, and I guess I never met any of you.
You're the ones who came from Seattle. Yes. Oh, wow. That's a lot.
Good that you can come. Very important to be here. And I feel sort of spooked about talking to Shirley without being able to see Shirley. And Shirley, I wish I could see you and say something important, but it's very hard to say this into the void. I wish you were here.
My daughter is 3%. May she get married in the near future to her sweetheart. I'm so fond of it, and we all get to see each other there.
I don't know where to stand, Shirley.
You're right, Hopkins.
You would be very unhappy with me. I wish I could see you today. I'm sorry that you're sick. I don't know if you can hear anything.
Not with his mother either. You know, did she arrive with the picture?
Really? Okay.
Is there audio too? Oh wow.
How could she hear anything in here? Anyway, I send you my love, Shirley. I hope to see you at some point. Thinking very much of you. And I'm glad to be here today. I'm very, very sorry not to see you. Okay. Get well soon.
Oh, that's really
Shirley, my name is Travis Burkett. I was a client of Chuck's, and I appreciate his mentorship. My condolences for your loss. He was a great man. Hope you feel better soon. Thanks.
Seeing other people who care is
I've been standing here. I haven't said hi yet. Hi, people. I think I've been in view the entire time.
Have you? She probably likes that.
Right here.
We hear your bring up do you sing as well? When you get to figure it out.
that would say that would she'd have to be very brave to do that.
Yeah, that would be my way of doing it, but because I didn't do it because I forgot and I was so fast.
Yeah.
And then I was there and I was forced to I still decide whether I'm going to speak.
If you speak for very short, that's fine too. But that's
It's not a matter. It's a matter of I'll probably go to everybody else speaking.
She can hear us. And I am so sorry. I'm sorry that you're sick. I'm sorry that you lost Chuck. I'm so sorry. I'm sending you hugs and love. Take care and hope you get rid of the flu soon. Love you. No, but she can see you.
It's somewhere in there. Well, same with Papa. He had a good year, but he didn't really do the singing.
Hi Shirley, it's Marianne. I'll see you soon.
me?
They can't speak back, but.
Oh, they can't speak back. Okay, never. Okay. I'm so sorry you guys have to be home. I hope you feel better soon. Our hearts are with you, you know that.
Mom, why didn't they set up like a screen of also so that we can see if she's there? Do you ever consider the idea that it actually might be a lot wider of an angle than you consider, and like she's just looking at your nose?
I don't know.
That's kind of what I thought, because I keep seeing people getting about this close to the camera, and I kind of figured they're actually just looking at her nose and like about nothing else. I kind of think there should be like a little computer here so we can see if she's actually on the other side, as opposed to us just on the other camera.
You do. You're such a grown-up woman.
Shirley. See you soon.
Our sorority has its legal they're illegal in Pennsylvania. It's illegal in Pennsylvania for more than 7 women who aren't related to live together because it's considered a brothel. So no sororities have houses to go to. Yeah, it's only illegal for women who aren't
That's great. It's the same reason I go
Hi guys. How are you doing? I would hug you and all that, but I'm
You're going somewhere right after this, right?
who was her daughter. We're very close to
Getting there for the party. Yeah. It's back in New York.
Hi, Carrie. I'm going to say hello to your children. Hi, I'm going to hi Heidi. I'm sorry for your loss. Yeah, he was, I worked for him as a secretary. For a long time. Still, long time ago.
He went till Tuesday, but now I'm not quite sure because I'm not staying there, so I don't know. Maybe tomorrow I have to It's just a long time, so I wanted to spend a few days here. I mean, I wanted to spend a few days here.
I'm right. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. My name is I'm Bill Truck, and I hang out with your mom, your grandma. So I just want to tell you how much Hello. It came a long way to get here.
Chuck was a great man.
It's a very difficult circumstance.
wanted to say that we missed practicing with you, and we're so sorry, and we hope to see you soon. Much love from the band.
Well, I'm so sorry on this occasion, Shirley, and I look forward to seeing you today. Suzanne sends her sympathies, but she sprained her ankle a couple of weeks ago, and she can't do this much driving and standing and stuff, but she does send her love, and it's good to see you. Remember me, faithful fan of Calico Moon. Okay, thanks again.
Go ahead.
Hi, Shirley. Can't believe you have to go. Elizabeth Weeks. I just want to say that besides personally missing Chuck, I really think that the world missed him because we need lawyers like him. I can't think of any time in my life that it was more important to have lawyers like him and principles that he would fight for and a moral compass. And more people like you. Sorry about your situation. Anyway, sending lots of love.
Well, hi, Shirley. Hi, Carrie. Hi, Gwen. Hi, Sherry, Ron. And just want to say how sad we all are that you can't be here. And we certainly understand these are difficult times, difficult circumstances. I can barely breathe in this thing, so I'm not going to talk. But just want to know how much I love you, and we'll be there with you. Bye-bye.
Hey Shirley, it's Captain Schlatter and Ray. So sorry for your loss. Chuck was such a great guy.
This is just horrible.
And I'm so sorry for all that's happened to you.
You know, I've always enjoyed working with Chuck because he just always had a better angle, a different angle. It was always the right thing to do, and he always, his heart was where the law was, and the law was where his heart was, and he just was fabulous.
And he did so much for the community, and both of you have, so our heart goes out to you. You take care of yourself.
Good care. Good luck.
Hi, Shirley. It's Betsy. I'm so sorry you can't be here to see this wonderful outpouring of love and support for your honey. We will miss him big time.
Judith Van Allen, and I'm very, very sorry. Hope I'll see you somewhere. Anyway, lots of love, and I will be sending you a card.
Oh no, hope you're there.
Go in here. Hey, Shirley. I'm assuming Carrie is there too. We're here meeting your wonderful grandchildren. So sorry you can't be here. Or you're feeling sick.
Hoping to see you, but maybe we'll cross paths soon and give you a hug. Send us our best.
Lots of people here. Lots of people here giving their love for Chuck. Bye, guys. It's Zoe.
Yep.
Hi, Shirley. Sorry we can't see you here today. Miss you. Just want to say we're really sorry about Chuck. Love you.
I think this Sam.
Yeah, she can hear you.
Hi, Shirley. Hope you're feeling okay. Sorry that happened.
Shirley and Carrie. This is Peter Vanderwood. I just met Chuck in early December for the first time, even though I've lived in Portland and Ithaca for years. And he and I just got along so well. I'm a CPA here in Portland and Ithaca. And it was such a shock to hear of Chuck's passing. I am so sorry that he is gone. If anything, I would call him Mr. Ithaca because he meant so much to this community, and it was such a force in the scenes behind the scenes kind of thing. But what's such a wonderful man, and again, my deepest sympathy, my condolences. I'm so sorry.
Hey Shirley, it's Henry Vaness. How you doing? I can't hear you. Yeah, so anyway, sorry to hear you got COVID and everything. So anyway, I'll catch up with you probably down the lake at some point. Okay? Yeah, I can't hear very good for some reason. So, all right. Sorry to hear about Chuck. So talk to you later.
So much love. I'm so sorry you're not feeling well. So wanted to give you a hug, but sending you so much love, and such a good turnout. The pictures are just amazing to look at. Missing Chuck so much, and missing you here, but you get better soon, and I hope to see you soon. Take care.
Hi Shirley, it's Rick and Amy. We're so sorry for Chuck's passing. Just thinking of you and the family, and we're just grateful to be able to be here today to be with everyone, and just wish you the best and hope you recover quickly from the COVID, and we're just thinking about you and just wish you the best. All right, bye hon.
feel better. And yeah, just feel better. And use the love of your family around you.
array at grassroots, and we were probably about this high just about the last time. But I've known he and I sat in the back row of physics classes in Rockefeller Hall. He was wearing the jacket on the ragged top shirt. So then
Shirley. Diane Cohen with Finger Lakes Reuse. Just wanted to say hi and hope you're feeling better soon. Express my condolences. Take care.
So many of you, some I recognize, some I don't. So many lives my father touched, and we're going to get started. So, if folks want to, I think we're out of seats, but please just come on in if you're in the back.
Way to take control.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Steve Lawrence, and on behalf of Chuck's family, I want to welcome everybody to the celebration of his life today. And I'd like to remind you that if you have yet to turn off your cell phones, now is a good time to do that. And if you are not in possession of the technical skills, we have a couple of teenage grandchildren here who can very likely help you do that. So what I want to do today is to revisit the many dimensions of Chuck's life: husband, father, friend, colleague, activist, community treasure, advocate, visionary, role model, mentor, and work with all of you to tell the story. I'm very grateful to you, Shirley, on the live stream, and Ariel and Carrie and Elijah and Isabella and everybody for welcoming me into your home and sharing such great stories with me. His presence was so strong there, and sharing all those insights really helped me to sort of get to know him through you. And what we're going to do today is we're going to co-create something really special. That's going to be a farewell gift to Chuck and a gift to his family. I'm going to share some stories that were shared with me, and some other family members and friends are going to come up and do the same. And then at the conclusion, so we don't turn this into a 5-hour thing, we are going to give everybody an opportunity to step out of the role of spectator into participant, and I'm going to ask you to give me a word or a sentence that will always make you think of it. And I'm going to add that to everything we already have. The family gets that as a memento. And so please be thinking about what word or sentence you might want to, or saying, or something brief that you'd like to share. So the fact that you're here today, in and of itself, is a gift, whether it's in person or live stream. That's a gift in itself, but any sharing will be appreciated. So we have all seen the bumper stickers. Ithaca is 10 square miles surrounded by reality. And we are all well aware that when we drive 15 minutes out of town, everything changes. The vehicles parked in the driveways, the political yard signs, the color of the baseball caps. I grew up in one of those small neighboring towns, and when I was in junior high school in the 1960s, I heard talk of those Cornell heroes, like Ed Marinero, who was going to play in the NFL, and Ken Dryden, who was going to the NHL. And there was also talk of those damn hippies, the ones protesting the war and disrupting the operations of that polished institution high above Peter's waters. I'm pleased to say that at my family's dinner table, the conversation was different. My father was a Korean War vet who had seen what happens when rich old men send poor young men to war. And my mother was a liberal, progressive educator and principal who had seen one of her favorite former students drafted and sent to Vietnam and was deeply traumatized when she attended his funeral. Those damn hippies, I were told, were brave as hell. Many of them came from families with money. They had student deferments. Their lives were far less likely to be turned upside down, but there they were, getting tear gassed, getting arrested, jeopardizing their careers. When the war ended a year before I would have entered the draft, I was very grateful. Chuck was one of those damn hippies, and he did pay a price, and the world is better for him. We'll circle back to that a little bit later. When I sat down with Shirley and the rest of Chuck's family, I asked about his early years. I learned that he was born in New York City, the first boy in the family in several generations, and that one of his ancestors was the great sage and rabbi, Joseph Carroll, a Jewish mystic who lived 500 years ago and is widely regarded as the preeminent writer of Jewish law of his time. I learned that the young Chuck was the prince of princes, raised on Long Island, and that he was a terrible Hebrew school student. He followed his family's legacy and enrolled at Cornell. It was, as we all know, a very turbulent time. Well before his college years, Chuck had a mind for math. As a young student, he had to actually tape pieces of paper together to see the scope of the math equations he was solving. People marveled at how smart he was. He had visions of being a NASA engineer. Then, while at Cornell, something happened that was really good for him. He realized that there were a lot of others who were just as smart as he was. That inspired him. He found his tribe. Activism lit a fire in him. He was drawn to the people who fought for civil rights and social justice. Some might hang their heads and whisper, yes, when they're asked if they've ever encountered any, shall we say, legal entanglements. Shirley said, Chuck loved to tell people that he had been arrested. In fact, his family shared getting arrested helped to clarify his path forward. One of his daughters said his, let's call them counterculture activities, cost him any chance of ever getting a security clearance to work for NASA. Shirley said he really loved Ithaca, but there was a chapter during which he did some traveling, and since his NASA dreams had been dashed, it was necessary that he reshape his career goals and reinvent himself. Having seen how the system often treated the underdog and having a sincere desire to do something about it, he enrolled in law school in Boston. After that, like a moth to a flame, Chuck made his way back to Ithaca. He reconnected with and expanded his tribe and stoked the fires of his activism. He would later work with the iconic Benjamin Nichols, who often made national news in the coming years as one of two of our nation's socialist mayors. The other, of course, was some guy in Vermont named Bernie. Chuck was smart enough to align with some other very smart people and make some smart investments. In fact, his family winked and said that two guys put all three kids through college. Those two guys had a little ice cream business. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Jerry. Well, the 1960s saw Chuck setting himself up to chart his course, and the 70s saw him building his career and his networks and becoming a dad. That decade ended with him meeting Shirley. She told me she was a package deal. She said she brought two kids into that blended family, and in '85, those kids witnessed Shirley and Chuck's wedding in the very room where we sat to co-create this ceremony. That blessed event was officiated by Dave Connor, who also happened to be the person who introduced them. And in Shirley's words, we worked hard at blending our family, and while they encountered some trials and tribulations, love did indeed conquer all. One of the things that would come to define Chuck, his family said, was his sense of how he could best utilize his talents and his passion to do good. It It was said he loved to debate, to argue, and Shirley referenced his healthy ego, which was often reflected in his self-deprecating sense of humor. Carrie said while his profession and his commitment to social justice were very important to him, he truly loved his wife and his kids and his grandkids even more. Shirley added that if there was one word that best described Chuck, that word was real. Shirley said, I'm a social worker and a medical professional. She said their combined interest in law and medicine really did align to maximize their efforts to manifest their shared vision. She offered as an example their work with hospice care. Chuck's sarcastic wit and dry humor was shared with and appreciated by family, friends, and foe alike, and was used to bring humor, if helpful, when facing challenging situations. When asked about the role music played in Chuck's life, Carrie said, there was always music in our house. Live music, CDs playing, dancing in the kitchen. Shirley, of course, an accomplished musician herself, said, Chuck loved music, he really wanted to play, and he was so supportive. He would invite musicians to the house and fix food for everyone. He was, Shirley recalled with great fondness, a professional appreciator of music. Chuck's family called him stubborn and competitive, and they laughed when they recalled one of the mantras by which he lived. Carrie said he allowed us 30 minutes per week in front of the television, and we were not allowed to eat sugar. When she told the rest of the story, that Chuck would be behind closed doors in front of a TV with a plate of cookies, that mantra came into focus, do as I say, not as I do. So with that, I am going to, now we might stumble around with our sequence, but Ariel's going to speak first, then Elijah's going to follow, then Nancy and Phil are going to come up, and then we'll see what happens, and then Ed is going to share some things, and then Isabella's going to close off with a song. So first of all, Ariel, come on up.
I'm Ariel Gold. I think most of you know me. I was just looking at that picture. I think it was before my cousin Jim's bar mitzvah. Me sitting on my dad's lap in my very favorite polyflitters dress that my grandma got me, and the look that I have on my face as I'm looking up at him is how I felt about him. I really felt that the sun rose and set with him, and I don't think that feeling of safety for one's father really goes away. And I was remembering when I was in my early 20s and I was out at the lake house, which many of you are probably familiar with, and my dad said, you know, I want you to walk out on the dock. I want to show it to you in the dark, without any of the house lights on or the dock lights on. And I was like, oh. And he's like, no, it'll be fine. You just walk straight and then you turn at the end of the walkway. I was like, okay, so I'm walking, and then I turned and stepped right off the dock of the walkway into the water in the dark, and I screamed, Daddy! And I didn't call him Daddy usually. I called him Dad, and he jumped in the water. I mean, it was like 3 feet deep. It was not a dangerous situation, but we had this interaction with me as a young adult, and it was just the same as when I was that little girl looking up to him to keep me safe and to take care of me. So my dad descended from great Sephardic rabbi, sage, Yosef Caro, who was expelled from Spain in 1492 and died in Safed in what is now northern Israel. And along with being one of the early practitioners of Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah, Yosef Caro was most renowned for codifying Jewish law, for the book, the Shulchan Aruch, which until then, the practices of Shabbat and death practices, what we do when somebody dies, varied from region to region or village to village, and it was Joseph Caro who made it uniform for Jewish practice that is still today. That is, when one dies, that we tear our clothes and we cover the mirrors and we receive comfort from those who love us, and we say Kaddish. And like his great ancestor, my dad was skilled and passionate about order and fairness and numbers and how we relate to one another. So it wasn't a great surprise that he became an attorney, and not just as a profession, but really a passion in his life. And I don't think he ever had plans to retire. You know, he could barely scale back at all. And on a Sunday afternoon, even at home with the basketball game on or whatever, he'd be there with his very full briefcase and his legal pad doing legal work, because that was so much of his love. And both of my kids, Elijah and Isabella, carry on that genetics for math and science. Isabella's making funny faces at me, but I remember that you are skilled at math. So I carry on from my dad, not that, but his passion for activism and for social justice. And I've been collecting, and I encourage folks, if you have stories from him in the 70s, his political history, I've been collecting it, because that's, well, I am an activist by profession, and I've been trying to document his history that way. And so in doing this, since he passed, I've been reading through his arrest record, and I had thought all of his arrests, mine is longer, I had thought all of his arrests were in protest of the Vietnam War. But I came across an article in the Cornell Sun, and it was about a protest in Ward Hall on the engineering quad of Cornell on a Friday night, and it was in support of racial justice. And I felt so proud. So he was one of 3 arrested who had written, their group had written hastily on a paper towel at 10 o'clock p.m., "We are in the Ward Nuclear Reactor Lab in support of the Cornell Black community. The trustees have not acted seriously, and as members of the Cornell community, we felt that it was important for us as whites," to very 1970s, to act in response to the non-response of the trustees. And he liked to brag to his friends sometimes with great pride that I had exceeded his arrest record, and was deeply proud of the career that I have made for working for social justice and peace. He himself was on so many boards in Ithaca, way more than I can count or remember. But he made his life, like I hope that I carry on from him, of the instruction that we have in Deuteronomy 16:20, Tzedekah, justice, you shall pursue. And it wasn't, why are you laughing at me, Elijah? Proper. It wasn't just that he loved to practice law, but he offered his legal services across the board to pro bono legal services for the downtrodden, the needy, the Catholic worker facing a long prison sentence, the tree sitter protecting the redbud forest at Cornell. They would go to his office, and inevitably he would take the case. So, as was said, there was nothing that he loved more in his life than Shirley. Really, he fell in love with her. And my cousin Jim was telling this story when we were on vacation, when he had just met Shirley, and we were on a family vacation in Puerto Rico. And there were phones in the hotel rooms. And he would go out to the payphone every night while the rest of the family was doing family activities, playing cards or games or whatever, and he would go out to the payphone and call Shirley every night. And as my cousin was telling me this, it never changed. It never for a day changed. He was so devoted and loved her so deeply, and it was mutual. And I want to welcome and say how touched I am that almost all of his first cousins are here today, came here, some of whom I don't remember at all because I haven't seen them since I was little. But family means that, and I miss dearly.
Thanks, Mom. That was beautiful. So I'm Chuck's grandson. My name is Elijah. I am admittedly not as prepared with stories and Jewish history as my mother was, as I was not entirely certain if I was going to be speaking or what I was going to speak about. But as I was sitting here thinking this morning, I kind of just figured I would share some of my favorite memories and things that I'll miss about my grandpa, who I called Papa, me and my sister at least, and maybe his other grandchildren, I'm not sure. But when my mom first told me that my grandpa had passed, I was in Denver on a snowboarding trip, and she called me right after I'd gotten off the mountain, and I was not certain it was real when she called me. It didn't really have the effect that you think it would have when your grandpa passes, because it's so surreal that you're almost uncertain of if you're dreaming, and if you'll go home and fall asleep that night and you'll wake up and it'll never happen, because it doesn't feel real that you won't be able to see him again, over the summer or when you come back to Ithaca, and you don't really feel the impact right away. And so even then I kind of just started thinking about over the next year, the things that I was gonna miss about him, and really what void I was gonna feel in my life. And one of the first things that came to my mind, one of the things that he really was passionate about, was that I wasn't gonna be able to see him at Grassroots this summer. I'm sure many of you know, but he loved that festival, and he had a big part in founding it and doing legal work for them, if I'm not mistaken, almost entirely pro bono, at times. And he would have a hand in deciding the lineup and suggesting different artists that he was passionate about and that he would want to see. And as a kid, my mom would bring me to Grassroots almost every summer. Me and my sister would run around and maybe get lost in the crowd of hippies and listen to music and play in the mud. And I always remembered that I would see them, Mima and Papa, my grandparents, backstage, with my grandpa just tapping his foot because he just loved music, or him behind the soundboard in the cabaret where he was making sure that my grandmother's voice could be heard as well as possible, and he would still be sitting there tapping his foot. And there were a few years that I hadn't gone to Grassroots while I was in school, or because my summer camp was going on at the same time. But I started going again a couple of years ago, just with my friends, and we would all just hang out and camp there. But I always enjoyed running into my grandparents at Grassroots. I would kind of assume every time that I walked backstage, I would run into them at whatever band, because I would ask them who they were most excited to see and just kind of expect to run into them. And I'd always see my grandpa kind of at the back of the crowd just tapping his foot, and I'm really going to miss that this summer, because I'm sure I'll still see my grandmother, and I'll try to make even an extra point to find her, but I'm definitely going to miss seeing him and asking him what artists he's most excited to see, and sharing that bond of music that me and my sister both have with him. And beyond Grassroots, there was a lot of those summer memories that I really enjoyed with him, the things that would really bring joy to him, one of which was being out at the lake house every summer, whether it was just any random summer day that we wanted to go swimming, and he would fire up his stone grill that he had made himself, and he would cook up whatever ridiculous meats he was making for himself, and then built a veggie grill for me and my family because we were vegan growing up. But no matter what, he just enjoyed cooking and like making delicious food for his family all the time. And that's a passion that I think I got from him and my mother, just cooking and, you know, making tasty food for everybody. But I would love seeing him every time and helping him with the grill and seeing him just like with the biggest grin on his face. This was a big takeaway that I actually had from the legal community's memorial. I almost heard every single person saying that they would always see him with the biggest, broadest grin across his face, no matter what he was doing. It almost seemed like he enjoyed every part of his life to almost an unreasonable extent. No matter what was happening. I would run into him at his office frequently, whether it was when I was working there or I was just stopping in to get some water or picking something up. And most of the time, granted, his door was closed and it was impossible to see him because he was working way too hard. But when his door was open, he was always so happy to just have me stop in and say hello. And no matter how big his workload was or what he was dealing, whether it was stressful or not, you would never know, because he would just always be so happy to say hi and chat with you for a brief moment. And he would just always have that broad grin just taped onto his face. So that's just another thing that I'll miss seeing. And also in recent years, one other thing that I will miss dearly is just whenever I come back to town now, I had started going and texting my grandparents just to see if they wanted to get dinner, because I wouldn't, you know, see them that often after I moved out of Ithaca. But every time I came back, I always loved just grabbing a meal with them. And we'd always have to schedule it because they were busy with the 1,000 things that they were doing. But they would almost always make time to just get dinner with me and take me wherever I wanted. And it made so much sense because Papa was such a big foodie, and he would always want to go to the place which he found delicious, and he would get the biggest steak on the menu or whatever other meat, greasy dish they had. But I found in recent years that I would go to these meals with them, and we'd go at whatever hour, and then we'd end up just chatting until the restaurant was about to close. Like, so much longer than I would have expected these meals to last. I was usually staying at my friends' houses, and I would tell them, oh, I'll be back in a couple hours. And the next thing you know, the restaurant is trying to close, and it's dark out, and all my friends have already gone to do whatever activity we were doing that night. But we were just too caught up in the stories that Papa would love telling about him and my grandmother going and traveling Europe, or going up to Canada, and all the friends that they had, and all of the fantastic experiences they had experiencing the local culture, which he was always so proud of, that he wouldn't just be a tourist wherever he was going. I remember, I think it was one of the last meals I had with him, he was telling me a story about him and Shirley going to Italy and finding their way across the river to find some random Italian restaurant that they had been suggested where almost nobody there spoke Italian, and they knew that they had found the right spot because while they were sitting there, there was the town's Don, the mafia boss of the little Italian town, had come in, and his bodyguards were there. And that was just how they knew that they had actually come to a place that was touristy. And he just loved telling these stories about his travels and like the great times that he had with my grandmother. And, you know, that's also something that I like to think I've taken from him, is not just traveling, but also really finding unique experiences and enjoying those experiences and like living them to the fullest. And forgive me if I'm rambling at some point too. I'm not really sure where I was going with any of this, but I really do just miss him. And I think I'll kind of close with just the memory of like me and my sister when we were young, and how my grandparents would pick us up from school every Tuesday, I believe it was, and we would go over to their house. And one of the things that I think my grandpa enjoyed the most was beating me and my sister and whoever else was there in whatever card game we were playing. Card games, board games, it didn't really matter. He was just extremely competitive and did not want to let us children win. So as a result, me and my sister had to also become competitive and try to eke out wins at whatever point we could. And I just remember enjoying the one in every 100 times that I was actually able to win. And I don't think he was ever happy with me winning. But I always enjoyed it. And over the past however many years that me and my sister haven't been in town anymore, we obviously haven't been able to play these board games and card games with my grandpa nearly as much as we used to. So I haven't really been able to have that experience of beating him consistently like I maybe would be able to now. My sister, on the other hand, she's giving me a look because she wants me to point out that she is extremely good at Scrabble, and she is very proud of the fact that she was able to kick my grandpa's butt over and over in Scrabble when we were there for the holidays, and she would have him up just convincing her to play one more game over and over again because he wanted to win. And now that he's gone, I won't be able to experience that joy that I would hope that I would be able to have in my, the skills that I could develop with a fully developed brain of being able to beat him. Maybe he is actually trying to avoid being beaten anymore. But yeah, I think that's where I'll close. I'm going to miss him a lot, as I'm sure everybody else here will. And yeah, I'll miss him.
Hi, I'm Nancy Guttman Newfield. I'm Chuck's older sister and my husband Phil. I guess I'm the person in this room who's known him the longest. One of my first memories was my grandmother waking me up with a glass of orange juice to tell me I had a baby brother on January 7th, 1949 in New York. And 10 days later, I remember going to the hospital with my father and Uncle Alan to bring them home. Chuck was the first son born in our mother's family for 40 years. Our mother's generation was 12 granddaughters, and then I was the first great-grandchild, also a girl. So there was great celebration because my mother had produced a male. Chuck was given a long name, W for my mother's grandfather, Wolf, Charles for my father's grandfather, and Julian for my father's best friend who died in Italy in World War II. But immediately he became known as Chucky. His Hebrew name, Sev, was for my mother's grandfather. We shared a room, and I vividly remember poking him through the crib slats to wake him up when I was trying to go to bed. When he cried, I told our mother I couldn't sleep with the baby crying. Our parents searched for 2 years for an affordable 3-bedroom apartment on the Upper West Side, but ultimately we moved to Rockville Center on Long Island, where we each had our own bedroom and a much better elementary school. Chuck was a very late talker. Our pediatrician had observed my interactions with Chuck and told our mother that he had no reason to speak since I got him everything he wanted whenever he grunted. His advice to her was to shut me up. She did, and once he started talking, he never stopped. From an early age, Chuck was argumentative. When we went to a Yale-Cornell football game, he rooted for Yale. When my parents were passionate Stevenson supporters in 1956, Chuck liked Ike. When we wanted to stay at a motel on a family trip, he insisted that we stay at a hotel. At dinner, he would take the opposite side of any topic under discussion. When he was still very young, it was a given in our family that he was destined to be a lawyer. Like all good Guttmans, he went to Cornell. Although he started only 2 years after I graduated, Cornell and his experiences there were very different. His Cornell career began typically with fraternity rushing and parties, but by his junior year, although he was technically a physics major, he really majored in protests. There were multiple arrests too, which were very stressful for our parents. At one point, our mother, the most self-confident person I have ever known, went to a psychiatrist because she feared she had failed as a mother. He reassured her that she'd been an excellent parent and that Chuck was an independent person who would eventually find his own way. Exactly what she wanted to hear, and she never went back. Immediately after graduation, Chuck got a job in a factory in Colorado, but his allergies kicked in big time, and he called me in October to say he was going to apply to law school. Our parents were in Asia on business, and when they called and I told them that news, they were ecstatic, just as everyone had always predicted. Ariel was born in January of his 3rd year at BU, and after graduation, they all moved to Ithaca, where he took and passed the bar. We all wondered if he'd get through the character committee with all those arrests, but I've always assumed that half the character committee had defended him at one time or another, and they saw him as the prodigal son returned. Cornell even hired him to help students struggling with their landlords. The dean who interviewed Chuck for that job knew him from his Cornell days because apparently Chuck had called him to warn him when there was going to be a protest at a physics lab. Our whole family was happy he settled in Ithaca. We saw him at reunions and when we took our family to football games and Cornell interviews. We loved celebrating Chuck and Shirley's special occasions, Ariel and Carrie's weddings, Elijah and Isabella's bar bat mitzvahs. We were grateful when he miraculously got us 4 hotel rooms for Jim's graduation. And he warned Emily not to go near the Richford Hotel, advice that terrified her when her car broke down across the street. In the last few years, we've been visiting our granddaughter Liv, who brilliantly chose Cornell, and we spent lovely days with Chuck and Shirley sitting on the dock and eating wonderful meals. Like me, Dan shared a birthday with his uncle, and every year they wished each other happy birthday. Like me, that birthday will now be a little bittersweet. Chuck was a wonderful son to our parents. We went on a number of family trips together, including the unforgettable trip when he caught a sailfish. After our father died, he was always there for our mother. He loved spending time with her when she took courses at Cornell Alumni University. He sent flowers every Mother's Day, and he always tried to be with her and my family for Seder. This year, our Seder will be sad, because we will all be missing him, and the wonderful Passover cakes he brought from Ithaca. Chuck was Jewish, and the Jewish tradition is for the immediate family to say a special prayer, the Mourner's Kaddish in his memory, for a year after his passing, and then every year on the anniversary of his death. We think it's appropriate to say the Kaddish now, and Phil is going to lead us in the prayer. May his memory be for a blessing.
Kaddish is a prayer said by mourners and those remembering the departed. However, the prayer does not mention death, or specifically the departed. It is a prayer written in ancient Aramaic of praise, and one that searches for a better world and for peace. In praise of Chuck's memory, please rise. Exalted and hallowed be God's great name, in the world which God created according to plan. May God's majesty be revealed in the days of our lifetime and the life of all Israel speedily, imminently, to which we say, Amen. Blessed be God's name to all eternity. Blessed, praised, honored, exalted, extolled, glorified, adored, and lauded be the name of the Holy One. Blessed be he or she. Beyond all eternity, earthly words and songs of blessing, praise, and comfort, to which we say, Amen. May there be abundant peace from heaven and life for us and for all Israel, to which we say, Amen. May the one who created harmony on high bring peace to all Israel, to which we say, Amen. Hebrew, Yitgadal, Yitzgadash, Shmei Rabbah, V'yomad Divrah, Hiratei, V'yamdif Machutei, V'chayei Hon, V'yomei Hon, V'chayei Dekol Beit Yisrael, B'agalah Uzman Kari, V'yimru Amen. Yehei Shmei Rabbah, Mevorach Li'olam, Avnei Yomayim. Yizgadal, Yizrach, Yizdarak, Yizra'ar, Yizra'ar, Yizaseh, Yizadar, Yizhalev, Yizhalal, Shnei, Kushar, Riku, Yelam, Kol, Yizratov, Yizrasa, Tushvachata, V'nechemata, Ya'anram, Yomad, Yimru, Amen. Yehei Shlama, Rabba, Mishamaya, V'chayim, Alenu, Yal Kol Yisrael, Yimru, Amen. Oseh Shalom, Yimru, Yaseh Shalom, Alenu, Yal Kol Yisrael, Yimru, Amen.
Ed, did you disappear somewhere?
Hi, I'm Ed Ladd, I'm Shirley's brother. And, I have two other brothers here. So for some reason, she picked me and gave me, Elijah, you did great for not having any notes. She gave me about the same amount of time to be able to come up here and speak. I wrote a couple things I probably won't remember. But Shirley can't be here today, and she really would want to be, obviously. She started getting sick yesterday, just sort of flu-like symptoms, and she's so conscientious of her health and your health. She said, I won't go. Of course, I was telling my wife, I said, why don't we just stick her in the back there with a mask on, and we wave at her, and we'll usher her out of here before everybody gets here. And so I went to take her some bagels this morning and called her. I said, I'm coming by. She goes, you're not coming in this house. And she held me to it. So I had to drop them on the porch. But that's the Shirley that I know and grew up with and love. And, you know, watching her with Chuck, I spent most of my life in Florida. So unlike most of you, I haven't seen her as much and seen her and Chuck together as much as maybe many of you have. But every time I did, it was amazing, memorable. His love for her was, I don't know that I can describe it. I just don't. And the same for her, you know. I don't know that I can describe that either. They just had this aura about them and how much they loved each other. The fun and the little picking back and forth every now and then and about the food and all the stuff that Elijah talked about. And it was just so much fun to watch them together. So I've got stories, and I hope you all share stories because most of you have far more than we do. Some of y'all that knew Chuck very early in life and went to school with him and practiced with him and so on. I've never been in a room with so many lawyers, by the way. Imagine what the hourly rate is here. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I have to make a little humor when I'm talking. But Chuck was just, when my sister had my brothers could tell you as well, but my sister had a really challenging life. She spent a lot of years in a log cabin, no phone, no electricity, no running water. Walked with a pail, a galvanized pail, and it was probably half a mile or so, John, to pump water out of a pump and brought it back and had a wood stove and heated it up and drew bath water for Carrie and Molly, and it was just, she had a challenging life. Big smile all the time. Never saw her unhappy about it, you know, embraced it. I don't know what's going on in her head necessarily, but she embraced it. And I remember being in Florida, and my parents called and said, hey, your sister got married, and she married a lawyer. Yes. Finally. And she got a break, right? then I met Chuck, and just amazing guy, absolutely amazing guy. They had this incredible love for each other, and sitting there this morning for about 7 minutes to prepare, and thinking about what would I say that Chuck brought to Shirley and to the family. And like Steve said, trying to come up with a couple words, right? The one that hits me is stability. I think Chuck brought the stability that Shirley had. I'll forever be grateful to him for that. And there's so many people to thank for their life and their marriage. You all are all of those folks and many, many more. She and they had just a deep love for each other, wonderful, amazing children, wonderful, amazing grandchildren. Even though I can't get the names right half the time, I'm sorry. But I've been in Florida now. Okay, so that just watching their love is just from afar to some degree, and then when I would get to come up and visit, it was just so impressive. I was trying to think of Elijah, you hit on it, Ariel, you hit on it, Nancy, Phil. So many memories of Chuck, so many things that he did, so many just unique nuances that he had, and it was just always fun to come and sit and visit with him, to watch him. He brought up the fireplace where he cooked at the lake. I remember the first time, of course, he had this big thing about ribs, 50, 60 ribs, right, that he pre-cooked, marinated, soaked, spiced, whatever it was. It took days to cook those things. I think he ate our whole through. But I remember at the grill the first time I saw it, made it out of rock from the beach, and he had a crusty old grate on the top of it. And most of us would either throw a bag of charcoal in there or cut some firewood, right? Chuck would take 6-foot-long sticks, and he'd push them into the end of the fire pit, and then he'd light the end of the stick. And I'd come up and say, Chuck, what? There's like a saw over there, a chainsaw. We could probably cut them in a manageable piece. No. He goes, the end burns off, and I just push it a little farther. And, it's that duh moment, right? Where it's like, okay, how do you argue that? Right? It worked. Of course, I tripped over the sticks all the time, knocked fire out, and the ribs got ashes and all that stuff. So, well, one of the many things that I just remembered about it, you mentioned cards. My wife and I came up the last time we saw him. We played some weird card game. Skip, there it is, right there. Skip Bow, right? And talk about competitive. He was not going to lose that game. I mean, just hours. And I really didn't enjoy it that much. But he did. And I wasn't going to let him win, but I wasn't going to try to beat him. So I might find myself in a suit tomorrow the next day. But anyways, I remember those memories of him vividly, and I was trying to come up with some words. And Steve, thanks for, I think that's a good thing to come up with one word or a couple words. And so that's what I was trying to do this morning. I want to pick one for Chuck, and boy, it's so hard, right? It's so hard to find the all-encompassing word that describes Chuck. But for me, it was joyful. I really felt like he was joyful. Everything, always a smile, right? I'm sure Lee and Pat they're here somewhere, might have seen when he wasn't smiling quite as much. So they could probably tell a counter story to that. But always a smile, right? Always joyful. Joyful about his kids, his grandkids, his family. I heard a lot of stories about his mom. I met his mom once, never met his dad, but met his mom. Lots of stories about his mom. Great respect, great love, great admiration. Just always a smile, right? Always joyful. I really never saw him upset, unless the fire didn't take off quick enough to cook the ribs, and we were all showing up, and then a little bit maybe. So once in a while, and I had to come up with a couple more, and another was compassion. I really felt like he was very, very compassionate for his kids, for his grandkids, for his work, for his community. So amazing with the hospice care, and all the things that he did. It was compassion, right, coming out of it. I don't need to say humorous. I think we all got that one figured out. So, but he was, for me, speaking for me, he was funny. He was just always funny. Always a joke. And it was that dry sarcasm. So I'd stare at him and go, is he insulting me? Is he having fun? What is it? But, and then my word for him, my one word was admiration. I admired him. So I'm thankful, right? That's how I like to close. I'm thankful. I'm thankful to him for just the love and stability that he brought to our system, right? My family, myself. If you needed anything, he was there, right? If you had a legal concern, he was there. We'd sit around, and my parents were a couple of unique individuals, and we'd sit there and talk about some things and trying to figure out. This is a little before Google, right? So you couldn't just hop on there and Google it. A little bit before that, and it always ended the same. Go call Chuck. Right? just go call Chuck. He either knows, he can fix it, he can write a document that'll straighten it out, something. One other quick story. He seemed to love paper, right? Something about paper. Right? But when he called and I was talking to him about his trip to Costa Rica, and he had some friends of his, and he may be in the room, I'm sorry, but had been to Costa Rica and took this trip, something similar. Why Costa Rica? Well, this couple of these friends had been there and done this, and so he'd done all this work, and he shared that he took notes, he Googled, he would make copies of every place he was going, and he had like this old school manila file folder of where they were going, what day they were going there, when they were leaving, and so on. And I don't know where Bill is. Bill, I hope I get this right, but Shirley told me the story that Bill told him, why don't you just go on ChatGPT, speak into it, and tell them exactly what it is you want to do in Costa Rica, and in 3.5 minutes you'll have the exact same thing that you just burned up 3 trees to print. And so I did it just to mess around. Sure enough, it worked. Not maybe exactly the same, but that was Chuck's style, right? I'm going to print it out. I got it ready to go when I make my reservations. And so, the last thing I'll leave you with that I'm thankful for is I'm proud to be a Christian. And Chuck taught me a lot about Jewish tradition, the Torah, the Pentateuch, things that, as a Christian, I would read, but I didn't have the insight that he had. And our last trip, we played that ridiculous card game. We sat up, and he wanted to talk about the New Testament with me. And it was a genuine intrigue, wanted to learn, wanted to understand. And we stayed up, I'd leave at like 5 in the morning. And we stayed up till, I want to say 2. Questions. And it was really, for me, fulfilling to see his sincerity. He wanted to know those things about the New Testament, and I wanted to know those things about the Torah. Right? And so it was that's kind of hard for me. The next morning, it was about 4:45. Sheila and I were leaving. Chuck was up. I'm not sure he's ever gotten up at 4:45 in his life. At least that's what my sister says. Ari, you guys can probably tell a little better than me. But he wanted us to come downstairs, and we went downstairs. We were packed and ready to go. He wanted to pray with us, and he prayed. He led the prayer. We held hands. It was memorable. It was memorable. So as a Christian, I'm going to see him again, okay? And I hope you are too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Tune my guitar really fast. So I'm Isabella. I'm his granddaughter. Kind of like my brother talked about, one of the most special things we shared was music. And so since he died, I've been, thinking about all the things he's taught me. And I wanted to write a song for him. And, kind of like the mourner's cottage, I didn't want it to focus on the death and the sadness. I wanted to focus on what he's taught me and our, special memories, especially at the lake house, and the love that he has for me, it's really inspiring. So I'm calling this song Life According to Papa. Calico, come So I guess my word for Papa would be lucky.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Now I'm really trying to figure out what I'm doing here. You guys are wonderful. I got a bunch of words to jumpstart our one-word memories of Chuck, so please share some more, and then we will wrap this up. So who has some more words that'll always make me think of him?
Open.
I'm sorry, sir?
Open.
Open.
Bench.
Bench.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Funny.
Welcoming. Welcoming.
Authentic.
Hold on, what was that?
Authentic.
Authentic.
Curious.
Curious.
Hugs.
Hugs.
Mother. Audacious, because it was his idea to blackmail Cardell. Generous.
Generous.
Mischievous.
Mischievous.
Wisdom imp.
Wisdom.
Imp. I-M-P.
Wisdom.
Deep core honesty.
Deep core honesty.
He's a peacemaker.
Peacemaker.
Love.
Love.
Big straw hat and a canoe paddle.
What was that with the canoe?
Big straw hat and a canoe paddle.
Devoted.
Clear-hearted.
Okay.
A happy and supportive contrarian.
Vitality.
Talent.
A Long Islander.
Always there for you no matter what.
Always there.
Single malt scotch.
Cool guy.
Okay, hold on.
Great ribs.
Shirley's husband.
Righteous.
Righteous.
Supportive.
Supportive and humane.
Fatalistic.
Devoted.
Devoted.
Playful.
Playful. I want to remind Shirley that you can't hear some of this, but you'll get it all. Don't worry. Okay. When we wrap up here in a few minutes, I'll be in the back to take any more words that you might think of between now and then, or words that you didn't want to share in front of the grandchildren. When we wrapped everything up in Shirley's living room, we turned the conversation to Chuck's legacy. What, I asked, are the lessons he left behind, and how would he live on in the hearts of his loved ones? Ariel said he believed in everything local, his involvement with Green Star, Grassroots, Farmers Market. He started so many things and handed them over. Carrie said he had a deep commitment to truth, and we learned to always fight for the underdog, and that we can all get ourselves into that good trouble. She added, we learned how to cook and eat. Our Passovers were fun. Good food was sacred. And I think I heard correctly that the higher the fat content, the better. Also sacred was the time spent at his lake cottage, his sanctuary. Elijah shared that one of his takeaways that we should never take ourselves too seriously. And Shirley said that Chuck lived in such a way that kindness and compassion were extended to everyone, to family and friends who became family. Chuck's love for collaborative law reflected his commitment to unity, and it was a good day when he was able to step away from litigation. Chuck's family learned a lot from his approach to conflict resolution. He would say, "Go away and come back when you can present a good argument." And she's not here to confirm this, but Carrie said she always won. Many family members worked in Chuck's office for their first job, and many seeds were planted in watching how he wove his ethics and his values into his work. So wrapping up, I have two more things. One, as I was learning about him, this book just kept coming into mind for me, and the parallels are amazing. The book is called When Breath Becomes Air. It's written by a man named Paul Kalanithi, who's 34 years old, a rising star in the world of neurosurgery, and about to become a father. He learned he had stage 4 cancer and a year to live. Between his undergraduate years and his med school, he just had a little hobby. He picked up a master's in literature from Cambridge. And so he decided to spend his last year writing this memoir. And he wrote through the eyes of a Stanford-trained world-class neuroscientist about man's quest for achievement. And through the eyes of a world-class literary scholar, he wrote about our quest for meaning. And he said the most happy and well-adjusted and fulfilled people among us converge those things in their lives. And that's what Chuck did. He achieved a lot. He paid his academic dues, got the degrees, the credentials, climbed the ladder, became very influential, very highly regarded, well compensated. But that's not why we've been here for an hour and a half, and could have been here for another hour and a half. His life was steeped in meaning. He was dedicated to his work. He was guided by some very lofty motives and a deeply held set of values. He inspired his family to become the best versions of themselves. He left a huge footprint, obviously, on so many hearts, touched so many lives in the deepest of ways just through his work and just by being real himself. So in closing, I'm going to invite all of you to time travel 31 years. I'm going to give you a pop culture quiz. 31 years ago, The Lion King came out. And I had little kids then, and like many of you, I watched that movie 20 times per week for 2 years. And we remember when Simba lost his dad, and he didn't know if he could ever go forward. And Rafiki, the wise old baboon, came up, and he put his arm around. And who remembers what Rafiki said? He said, "He lives in you." And so shall Chuck live in all of you. He will live in you when you see some social injustice or some underdog struggling, and your first impulse is not to decide if you will do something about it, but how. He will live in you when you realize that your children run toward, not away from, good trouble, and you plan a party to celebrate the day their arrest record exceeds yours. He will live in you when you proudly remember that your family's story just might involve more than one great sage. And he will live in you 10 or 20 or 30 years from now when somebody approaches you and tells you that they've never forgotten Chuck's kindness, his generosity, his deep love for everybody, and the enduring impact they had on their life, and you realize that he lives in them too. So I want to thank you again for the honor of helping say goodbye to such a generous and devoted and kind and connected, in 50 other words, committed and beloved man. You were really lucky to have him, and he was really lucky to have you, and I know that you will carry his legacy in your hearts in all the best ways that you can. Coming up, we have to remind everybody, go to the Lake Watch.
That's what I was going to say. For anybody who hasn't heard, we're going to have a reception with food at Lake Watch Inn on East Shore Drive. I didn't think you should do anything without getting to eat. I know we all must be hungry for lunch now. So you're all invited. Please join us there if you are able.
We are going to close with another song chosen by the family, and you folks are welcome to make your way up or file out. And thank you.
going to turn this back around so she can see some more. Nice job.
It's fun. I will tell you, it's fun taking the train from Rhinebeck. I don't think I've ever. I don't even remember taking the.
Is it Amtrak or the?
Amtrak.
It is Amtrak.
Yeah, hey, that was
that was like the third.
Take a look next time I do. I got another ticket for
like the oldest of you are.
Oh my God! I saw you see it. I saw
better call than hot.
So I always find it hard. With my parents are really close.
second favorite one. You remember that? Chuck.
Right.
Really? And I think they had just gotten Chuck. Where they were going.
They got married that way.
And there's like, it's a picture of Chuck there, like, single outside of the street, like, I can see like overall playing. And Chuck's sitting there, and his gate looks like he wasn't anywhere other than like, it's probably like, there you are. Thank you.
The infamous.
How you doing?
Alright, that's valid, and he does look like him.
I follow you on Facebook. You're pretty righteous. I mean, you guys are doomed over there now. I don't even understand. No.
No, we are. Pretty hopeless. Pretty pessimistic.
Santa does something.
I just want to say that is beautiful. Thank you so much. Very sorry.
How are you?
So, like, we have this big relationship with Chuck. And he was at Willie's birth, and then Willie just died, and he was over there in the corner, so Jess was I mean, my whole family life was substances, crime, and pretty unfair. I don't know, I guess I'm probably responsible for it at some level. Congratulations on it. He was cool. It was good. I had a hard time. You're going to Lake?
Yes. Come through. Yes.
It's offensive. I was doing fine. I was trying to say.
She's the executive director. Organizing associates.
must start seeing each other. So, yes.
Thank you.
Oh my God. Yes, thank you.
There's several really great
how I remember. He was a really the first one is
That's what brought me up through the later
It does look like
my account for the town and
literally tried, but it wasn't. No, so that's I like come back to the today because they realize that's not good enough. Yeah, start drinking whatever is being asked.